Hey guys, if you're just tuning in, if you're just tuning in, this is live coverage provided by JLR Investigates. He's on scene here outside of Nancy, and well, he's been outside of Nancy Guthrie's house all day today and for the last couple of days. But today, FBI, released some photos, and then all of a sudden, they showed up over at in the neighborhood of Annie Guthrie's. It seems that they are canvassing the neighborhood and speaking to neighbors, going door to door rather quickly. We've heard that they're staging at a nearby church. So decided to bring this feed up just to kind of keep an eye. Feels like things are certainly heating up. So we'll continue this feed, see what's going on. So currently, law enforcement is searching the area in and around Annie Guthrie's neighborhood, and this is live footage from JLR Investigates. He's there on scene, has been all week, so or over the weekend and this week. So we're going to continue this coverage. I do want to share the video that the FBI released earlier. This is of the suspect actually arriving at Miss Guthrie's home and removing that security camera. So here's that footage now. Of course, anyone with information is encouraged to call 1-800-CALL-FBI or go to tips.fbi.gov. We'll keep running that footage periodically as more people tune into the feed. JLR Investigates on scene. What we originally heard is that law enforcement was staging at a nearby church, and then we've just seen more and more law enforcement respond kind of quickly there to this scene around Annie Guthrie's home. So stay tuned. We'll continue this coverage as long as it lasts. Hey guys, we're going to roll this footage shared by the FBI earlier. Just want to kind of keep this rolling every few minutes. If you haven't yet seen the surveillance footage, if you recognize anything in this footage, you're asked to call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can go online to tips.fbi.gov. Michael Ruiz actually shared some footage earlier that Vox obtained early on in the investigation, right as soon as Pima County Sheriff's Department opened the property back up around Miss Guthrie's home. And they said, out of respect to the family, they did not share this footage right away. But I found it kind of interesting to watch this. So we're going to share a clip of that now. Sorry, that was kind of loud. And then, of course, this heartbreaking message yesterday from Savannah.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
Heartbreaking message there from Savannah Guthrie. We're going to go back to JLR Investigates footage. He is live in the neighborhood around around Annie Guthrie's home. Just kind of continuing this feed as long as there's action.
going across the street from there? I can't think
Great
of
Wall
it.
of China?
No.
No. 22nd Wall?
Yeah, but it was probably 30 years ago.
I mean, I'm 38, so
Well, you might have eaten there
I might have.
with my kids.
Yeah. Back when all the theaters were still open.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, right. Well, nice talking to
Nice
you.
talking to you, too. Nice to see you again.
Hi, oh yeah, hi. Recognize me, huh?
I don't forget faces. Ever. Come on. Just gonna wait for these guys to come out. Thank you, everyone, for the support. It is hot out here. We're just following the FBI agents going door to door. Maybe they'll find information on Nancy. They are going door to door in Tommaso's neighborhood. And it appears that they also went to businesses on the main road there right outside their neighborhood. Asked them about surveillance footage from 9:30 p.m. to, I'll give you the time. This is reported by Fox News. They say they're asking for surveillance footage from January 31st, 9:30 p.m. to February 1st, 11:30 a.m. And you know what that means? You know what that means. You know what that means.
Where they go around?
Where they go? They go around. Where they go? Around the house. They're going around the side of the house. Okay, we wait. Phew, it's hot out here. Alright, just gonna plant the camera here as we wait. Crazy stuff, isn't it?
How many houses do you think are there? 20?
They're hitting every single neighbor's home. They're literally hitting every single neighbor's home. They are going every home in the neighborhood.
How you doing, brother? We're telling you, fuck. I got
Did you take my number? Text me. We gotta keep door to door with FBI. Watching. Go door to door. They're coming back out. He had something in his hand. It's a dog. Got a dog. They do got a dog with them. He said that neighbor, he's a neighbor, he just said they're going door to door again. He said this is the paparazzi. So he said they're going door to door again, implying that the feds came here before. There's another one. There's another woman. Another FBI agent. armored vehicles have departed the Pima County Sheriff's parking lot, though it is unclear if the movement is related to the investigation surrounding Nancy Guthrie. Fox News obtained deputies loading shields and other tactical gear before leaving. I don't know if it's related because they're going door to door here. So I wouldn't say it's related because these people are asking about a body and pointing the area. So I don't know. What do you think?
Hey guys, what you're seeing here is reported by Fox News that the SWAT truck was seen gathering shields and other defensive gear and kind of swarming out of the Pima County Sheriff's Department parking lot. It's unclear. It doesn't look like anybody is in the back. It's unclear if this is even related, but just interesting considering the ground search that's going on by the FBI and the team surrounding the neighborhood there in Annie Guthrie's neighborhood. So we've been following this feed for a little while. This is JLR Investigates. He's provided live coverage of the area in and around Nancy's home. But today, there was information that came through that law enforcement was canvassing the neighborhood of Annie Guthrie's home. And we've seen them for the last at least hour and a half here, just kind of going door to door, talking to neighbors. Many of these houses have like little sheds or attached buildings. Seen them kind of asking if they could search some of those. So we're keeping an eye on this and just bringing you this footage as, you know, as things seem to be heating up in the area. So stay tuned. We're watching several feeds, so as things break, we can kind of switch over and pull them in. Tell us what you think in the chat.
Surveillance footage. Have you seen anything suspicious? What do you have around your property? Can we take a look? Things like that. Around Annie and Tommaso. Oh, it's a pig. Boar. What is that? Holy smokes. Smokes. We got a breaking news. I don't know what it is. What is it? Are they wild?
Look, JLR, what is this JLR has on the screen? Is it a pig? That's a javelina. Nancy loved to watch the javelinas eat her plants.
FBI here and javelinas walking around.
sorry to interrupt you, but Nerdy is saying that I think we've got like air coverage in the air right now, so I'm getting ready to head into flight radar. I was posted 1 minute ago. It looks like maybe, yeah, a helicopter, maybe a SWAT helicopter in 354CF. Keep going, Jazz. There's actually been a lot of helicopters up today, but what he posted is N354CF. I'm not in 354CF. Is it up? I see it's scheduled at 341. Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks. If you, at the bottom of the screen, if you scroll down, you can actually replay the flight when you're looking at that route. Tucson Medical Center. Dud. Jazz, where do we go? You should be able to see my screen. Here. What are you on, Jazz? Up, down, left, or right? I don't see Catalina Foothills. I know you see it, but tell me where to see it. Yeah, I have no idea. So if I'm looking in the middle of the screen, do I need to look left, right, up, or down? Catalina Foothills. Thank you. Okay, airplane, helicopter. That is medical. We got another helicopter at Tucson Estates. This is a Jet Ranger. But there's a lot down here by the border today. They're all military. R20648. Copy? True. I'll get on its tail feather here. I'm going to mute you guys for just a second here.
You go knock.
Another one? Let's go look at the javelina. Oh nope, here she comes. Outside the prop, anywhere in specifically? Just outside? Like there. What was it? A wash. They were okay. Yeah. They ask you like if you see anything suspicious or anything?
This is the first time they've been by since all this started happening?
What'd they ask then? Hear anything? Look behind you.
You got a javelina behind you, just
Be
so you
careful.
know.
How do you feel about the situation? We're just
We're
covering.
from Phoenix. There's people from all over the country here now.
How do you way a little bit when you get a chance. 857's handling my Jeep. All right, back on the move, folks. YouTube Live, FBI, door to door, Annie and Tommaso's neighborhood. Where is Nancy Guthrie? He said they didn't really ask him if he was saying anything suspicious, anything like that. They just wanted to know more about his property and the surrounding area. Because it has an arroyo, a brook, in the backyard of his property, and they asked him if he could maybe go and look around that area, the brook, that area behind there. So that's what we're seeing right now. This new activity in the last couple of hours. This has happened here. Again, this is in Annie Guthrie's neighborhood. This is not Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. And we have seen this on multiple streets. We followed earlier some sheriff's deputies. They were going around talking to people. We asked one sheriff's deputy here in here. He said he was. He don't have a gas on anyone. Anything too suspicious, anything like that, not sure. Let's talk, though, about the fake ransom. The video covered the Ring doorbell, or excuse me, the doorbell camera that was on Nancy Guthrie's house. Very interesting timeline in all of this, because we're working to get this and this lost signal where a predator Yeah, they're talking. They're talking to another homeowner, for folks. JLR investigates. Door to door. All right, we're going to just see what's happening here, folks, in real time. I don't believe the SWAT is related. I don't. Reason being, they're going to do... Oh, whoa, look at this thing. It's back. I would stay away from this thing.
Oh, he's back?
He's back. Javelina?
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk.
Hey, buddy. Hello. Hello.
Hey guys, lots of breaking news today in the case of Nancy Guthrie. Um, Earlier today, the FBI of Phoenix released surveillance footage, and that was the suspect arriving at Nancy Guthrie's home and going up to the doorbell. He's masked, and we certainly got a good look. So I'm going to share that footage now. I think it's important to share this footage, so I've continued to share it throughout the day. Let's have a look at that. So the FBI is asking if you have any information, just call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or of course go online to www.tips.fbi.gov. Now, we have seen some activity, and I've got a lot of feeds up, and we continue to share the feed from JLR Investigates. He's invited everyone to share his feed, so he's the only one that has been, continuously live. So I've continued to share that feed as there's been activity in the area, which definitely started in the last few hours. Not sure if this is related. Fox News Digital is reporting it could be related. SWAT team was seen leaving the Pima County Sheriff's Department. I believe there's 2 SWAT vehicles, and we don't see any gear. We don't see any SWAT agents in the back. But here's that footage as well. Of course, all this just popping off in the last couple of hours as things heat up in this investigation. They did say yesterday that we could expect, activity from law enforcement at multiple locations related to this investigation. Fox News, I believe, also said that they were at a convenience store asking for footage between the hours of 9:30 p.m. on the 31st until I believe 11:30 a.m. on the 1st. So no surprise there. And then, we saw that heartfelt message yesterday from Savannah Guthrie. This one much less scripted. This felt like just Savannah pleading with the public in that final hour for her mother to be safely found and her safe return. Of course, TMZ reporting that they have continued to check that Bitcoin account, have not seen a deposit. So it's unclear. Many of us speculated that maybe they were in communication with the alleged abductors in this case. And then FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Department yesterday saying no, absolutely not. They're not aware of any communications between the family and the alleged abductors. There was also a case yesterday, just this is very much a side note, but some teenagers, it seemed like maybe kidnapped somebody for $66 million in Bitcoin, and they were arrested, and that was in Arizona. So that broke news yesterday. That was just interesting, and they said that someone online put them up to it. So I have no idea if any of this is related or if that is just way far left, but still maybe worth mentioning. And here's that video from Savannah yesterday that broke all of our hearts.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
That coming out yesterday. There's new reports coming in that SWAT has actually gone to a hotel in the area. We don't have eyes on that right now, but we're working to get eyes on that for you. In the meantime, I'm going to roll that footage one more time that the FBI of Phoenix released earlier of the suspects outside of Miss Guthrie's home. And, shocking, it took 10 whole days to get this footage. But grateful to finally have it so we can share it as much as we can. Of course, if you see anything in this that is familiar to you, you're urged to call 1-800-CALL-FBI or go online to tips.fbi.gov. Let's have a look. We also shared uh, some enhanced photos earlier. Those came from Pretty Lies and Alibis, Gigi McKelvey. Amazing work that she did on those photographs. So have a look at those. Check her out. Those are great photos. Very, very clear. So, anyways, we're gonna keep an eye on these feeds. We're gonna take you back to JLR Investigates and his coverage. He's following these FBI agents around and Pima County Sheriff's deputies as they canvass the neighborhood of Annie Guthrie. And then we'll continue to look for feeds of this hotel that's being reported nearby where SWAT team is headed over. So we'll just kind of keep an eye on what we see here and we'll bring it to you as it unravels. Stay tuned.
saying the SWAT has rolled out, folks. So as soon as we get some info on the SWAT, we'll share. All right, he made it around the side of the house. Made it across. All right, looks like there's a chopper nearby here going around. There's a chopper going around Annie's home, I believe. I hear a chopper. The Flight Radar 24 has a chopper going around, a private person going around. I don't know. And then there's one going up United States Army that way towards.
Yeah, we have a
Oro
base right
Valley,
over
but
here
there's-
in Marana, probably about 15 miles that
There's
way.
a chopper circling around Nancy's home, but it says a private owner. I'm looking to find out where the SWAT went. If anyone knows. Just want to figure out FBI still going door to door here. No idea where the SWAT went, but they're saying SWAT and bomb squad and tactical team went somewhere.
I got people texting me about that.
Centered around this.
It is?
That's what Fox is confirming. Some people are saying a hotel. Three FBI agents at Annie's home. Yeah, we're here now. This is Annie's home. Well, it's down. There's Annie and no one's on Annie's home, but they were there. Now they're going through the neighborhood, and that's where we're at now. We're down the street from them.
Oh my God, how big that dude is on that pole.
Well, I'm shocked that they just allowed him into the property like that.
It's crazy.
Right?
It's funny. We posted all about all this stuff, and the only thing people are still bugging us about is pizza.
I know, right?
Crazy.
Pizza stole the story today.
That's right.
What happened?
Pizza at the house.
What happened? They delivered the pizza
You didn't know that?
when they walked up to the.
Yeah,
Yes,
they
Wink
walked right up
delivered
to
it
the
for
door.
me.
Yeah,
They went to the house. It was crazy.
I saw them walk up. I'm like, man.
The deputy was just facing the other way.
There you go.
He's looking at the FBI. Look at that shirt.
Oh, that's FBI. Yeah, he's FBI. FBI. Yep. Another FBI agent here. FBI agents are at this home.
It's an investigation with the Annie Guthrie. Nancy Guthrie. They probably went to the house. Yeah, they're asking all the neighbors if they know the neighbors. Well, you can watch live on the No. That's a resident. Yeah. They're just going house to house. Yeah. See ya. What's that? He's Dan Gutierrez. He's going over there to Mexico. Okay, and I'll call him right now. I will.
Look, another one's coming out. She's waving over there. She's trying to get the attention of the feds over here. I don't know what's going on. We're here in like the back cul-de-sac behind Annie and Tommaso's home, and FBI agents are literally, they've been speaking with the homeowner here for a minute. It looks like they're coming out.
I just talked to that girl in the truck, and she lives a couple doors down. She said they've been by her house 3 times since the last week. So
Really?
they must have expanded the. Hey, I got to do an interview with them.
We're waiting to see what this is about, folks. The FBI is back in the back house.
Yeah, they're developing.
It could not, folks. I don't know. But SWAT are headed somewhere. FBI agents are in this house here, back of the cul-de-sac of Annie and Tommaso's home. And we're just waiting to see what's going on. They've been in there for a minute. At least 10 minutes or so. All right, looks like they're coming out. Looks like they're coming out. They're coming out. But the lady in the back, she was waving. Now it's 4 agents.
There's the FBI tip line if you want to put that. They can, people are starting to call.
The FBI tip line. Going to this big house with a garage.
Another Fox News anchor here just said 2 SWAT vehicles left the sheriff's headquarters with shields. That's what you're probably talking about.
Yeah. But we don't know where they went.
I'll find out.
Bomb squad too. They're saying, scanner saying active manhunt. I've been hearing the word manhunt. Active manhunt for who though? Active manhunt.
I'll turn on the scanner.
Yeah, turn on the scanner. Yeah. We're gonna get the scanner up, folks. 857 Tucson. It's gonna put up the scanner. Did I hear another chopper? Oh, almost fell. Sorry. I hear another chopper.
Coming around here too. It looks like it's standing in this area.
Got a chopper. I'm thinking SWAT could be coming into this neighborhood, maybe. Some people say hotel, though. That's just rumors. Chopper's coming back. Chopper's swinging around again. There's a media chopper or something. There's chopper activity around here. They keep circling. There's drones up.
That's our chopper out of
Oh, it's your chopper?
That's your guys'?
We got media chopper. Media.
What station?
All of them in Phoenix.
All of them.
Sheriff chopper.
Okay.
searching a giant pipe. So they just went in a pipe.
Annie Guthrie's house, looking around, asking folks if they could look through their property, doing searches. The other one was better. Yeah, absolutely. Have options.
What would this be called? A drainage pipe?
Can you start building on 17? Can we plug into 17? Okay.
Here we go, we're on the move. Got chopper in the sky, a lot of media out here, folks. He's just looking into a drainage pipe. Right over here. I think there's a manhunt out for some money. There they are. They're the agents. We're out here like in the back area of Annie and Tommaso's home, and agents are scouring over this wash area. It's got this backyard.
Is that someone's drone or is it law enforcement?
Media.
Pretty sure. But they're looking up. They're like, okay, is that law enforcement back there or is that media? That's law enforcement.
This road goes like, here's the thing about it is I just want to go over here a minute because it goes to a back dead end. No, it actually circles around. We're following law enforcement. There they go. There they go. Go this way. Up the hill. 2 FBIs. Alright, I'm gonna go back around. We are in the neighborhood. There's probably at least 10 agents back here canvassing the neighborhood. They've been doing it now for a couple hours. Going door to door, searching terrain, going in some homeowners' homes, asking questions. It seems like every single neighbor has been cooperative and want to help that they have had contact with. Some of the homes, though, they didn't answer. But everyone that I've seen them interact with, everyone has been fully cooperative. Neighbors.
Nothing?
No, ma'am. Again, going through these hills and stuff, it could be hit or miss on, the quality of the footage. This is where we're at. We're in this fluid situation. It'll probably get better that I'm out here on the street now. This is insanity, folks. This is unreal what we're seeing right now. Entire canvassing of the neighborhood of Annie and Tommaso.
call you back, though. I gotta go. I got lots going on. Okay, I got the FBI search. Love you. Love you too. Bye.
Hey guys, sorry about the sound. Thanks for letting me know, though, that there's an issue with the sound, so we bumped that up. Hopefully you're able to hear it now. Let me fill you in on what's going on since there wasn't sound. So yesterday afternoon, Savannah Guthrie posted a video close to around the time as things were drawing in that deadline. And of course, we didn't hear, we couldn't find any actual deposit into that Bitcoin account. Then today, things were kind of quiet yesterday, but then today we ended up having a release from the FBI with surveillance footage of the suspect. I'm going to roll that footage now just in case somebody hasn't seen it. I think, we could play this as many times as we need to. It still wouldn't be enough. If you see something that is familiar to you, of course, call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Or go to tips.fbi.gov. And here's that footage that the FBI released today. So then after that, Fox News Digital released some footage that they had gathered when they first arrived on the scene, I think on February 2nd. They did not share this, but this is from the front stoop of Nancy Guthrie's home. It's similar to the footage of Brian Enton with News Nation, where it shows the blood on the front steps. But this footage from Fox News Digital, shared by Michael Ruiz, actually shared an LL Bean blue shirt that had been left there and remained there when Fox News Digital captured this footage. Let's have a look at that. And then, that blood trail going all the way to the edge of the sidewalk there. Fast forward to today, FBI released their surveillance footage, and then just everything started happening. Law enforcement showed up over at Annie Guthrie's neighborhood and began canvassing the neighborhood. They've been talking to neighbors, and it seems like we have Pima County Sheriff's Department as well as the FBI on scene over here. At first, they were moving very quick. You saw them knocking on doors. Some people were answering. They were communicating with neighbors. And then after that, we started hearing scanner traffic, and a couple of helicopters went up. And then it was reported that there is a manhunt and a search in this area or nearby this area. I'm not really sure of those details exactly, but what we did see is 2 SWAT trucks pulling out of the Pima County Sheriff's Department, and then it's been reported that there's 2 sources close to law enforcement that are confirming that this is, in fact, related to the Nancy Guthrie case. Let's have a look at those. I'll put them on the screen so you can watch those go. These are the 2 SWAT trucks that were leaving the Pima County Sheriff's Department. They seem hastily. There's no agents in the back. Seems empty, but we were told that they gathered shields and other equipment, put it in the back of the SWAT. Anytime the truck doors are open on the back of a SWAT vehicle, I can assure you one thing, they're not headed to wash the truck. So, action around the time, and we heard yesterday from the Pima County Sheriff's Department, no press conference, but be expected to see a heavy police presence, at multiple locations because, seemed like they were kind of getting their action together yesterday to roll out today. And of course, FBI Phoenix kind of echoed that statement. Also, many suspected that this message from Savannah yesterday seemed sort of coded. I mean, all the messages before seemed rather coded, but the one yesterday seemed just very desperate and real. It felt like it was just Savannah reaching out to all of us saying, you know, I appreciate law enforcement. I appreciate your prayers, but anywhere, anybody, everywhere, everybody, please help. I'm going to roll that message yesterday that we received from Savannah that broke all of our hearts and made us just feel so desperate to help her. But of course, all of us not knowing what to do. Here we go.
Hi there, everybody. Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers, and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock, trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
Really hard to watch that video yesterday from Savannah. What you have on your screen right now is an enhanced image. This comes from Gigi McKelvey of Pretty Lies and Alibis. If you're not already following her, you're missing out. She is incredible at what she does, and she enhanced this photo. Now, some of the colorization that you see here may be a little bit off, but what you do see is a more defined facial description here inside these eye holes and the mouth hole there, and the gloves. You know, I asked Gigi, do you think these are brown leather gloves? And she said, no, she thinks the color is not going to be brown, although they appear brown here. So, you know, always, you know, a bit sketch about putting out any kind of AI images or anything like that, but that is not this. She took the actual images and stills released by the FBI and just color enhanced those. So it is what it is on those. So certainly, you know, the SWAT activity today has been very interesting, especially following, you know, these reports of activity over at Annie Guthrie's house, which we continue to follow. The feed that we have up is JLR Investigates. He's been very kind and sharing his imagery with us and other outlets. So certainly JLR Investigates. We appreciate him for doing that. So we're going to continue just following this, especially as things seem to unravel. And what we're hearing is that there is a manhunt. We've not confirmed that, but, or if it's even related to this, it seems like there's kind of a few things going on at one time. We've not been able to piece it all together. We have several Twitter feeds, or X, formerly known as Twitter, I should say, that are up, and we're monitoring air traffic continually as well. There was a helicopter over the area where SWAT was reportedly over earlier, and yeah, there's just a lot going on. Brian Inta reported earlier FBI knocking on doors at Annie Guthrie's, asking for permission to go on the properties to search. Michael Ruiz, you know, he's the one that gave us this Fox footage of the trucks pulling out, SWAT trucks pulling out.
Are you hearing me?
We have other unconfirmed reports that we're watching to see if we can confirm those with just heightened information. And of course, JLR is continuing his coverage there on the ground outside of Annie Guthrie's neighborhood, where neighbors continue to talk to FBI agents and investigators as they continue to canvass that area. So stay tuned. We're going to keep an eye on
We're out here,
everything
folks.
as it unravels.
FBI agents are in there. This is
I have
like the
several
back,
things in our
coldest,
feed,
like
so I'll
the
just
back
continue to
road,
feed those
the last road in
as
the
the
back.
action shifts.
Right?
And now I have the chat up. So sorry about the sound. Hopefully the sound is way better now
We're waiting
from
for
JLR's
information
feed.
about
So we'll continue on here and see what we get.
these agents here at this home. I'm gonna plant this here for a second. As soon as the agents come out, oh, they're coming out. They're coming out. Coming out. Here they come. They're going up to the next house. How's it going? You mind if I ask you a question? I've been asking some of the neighbors. They've been talking. Got you. Got you. Oh, you work for the government? They ask you about surveillance and things? Did they ask you about your property or surveillance? They want to go through your property. Got you. All right, thank you. They just say, pretty much he said the same thing as they wanted to go through his property. He said he works for the government. So what it appears too is these neighbors keep waiting, like they know they're coming.
Lewis, over here. Yeah, just don't worry about it. Annie Guthrie's neighborhood. That's about 10 minutes away from Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. You see them right now at the door.
That looks like Nancy Pelosi.
Chalk it up and then take a search around their property. So you can walk in and out of homes and the campers and in and out around the backyard area. The rush area. One neighbor telling us they also have to look at the new doorbell camera footage. And again, this is going to every home here in the
Is that I thought it was Nancy Pelosi. No, I mean, it kind of looks like Nancy Pelosi. What do you think?
here, going door to door. You can see right there they're talking to a neighbor. The lady there in the purple sweater actually has moved here from Santa Barbara. She's describing to me this neighbor that she says, and these are FBI agents that are in the storm adjacent to these properties. Actually, a lot of airports are going to the stress and a very dry walk as well. So, as you look at some more video, I want to give you an idea of where we are. So we are in the block They want you to pay attention to the gait of the robot, the masked person, in sort of the combat gear, with what looks to be a heavy action, with reflective action combat, and also what the FBI director Why are they releasing these images to the public? Because they showed them initially to the Guthrie family. The Guthrie family and law enforcement itself, who those criminals in this neighborhood didn't recognize. And so I want you to take a look here live as we're watching here. And down the street, and this is an important piece of information that we're trying to figure out a timeline. I just spoke with a neighbor, and the neighbor tells me that the FBI came to his home, and the FBI specifically asked him to look at his security cameras. Showed him the security cameras. I said, what were they looking for? And he said they wanted to see the timestamp of midnight. Now, why is that relevant here? Because we know that Nancy Guthrie was last seen when she was dropped off at her home in Tucson, 4 miles from where I am, at 9:30 on Saturday night. We now know that Nancy Guthrie was reported missing the next morning by a friend when Nancy Guthrie failed to go to a gathering where a group goes to watch online church services. When she didn't go there, the friend called the family at noon on Sunday. The family calls authorities. But today, according to a neighbor, Joe Contreras, who I just spoke with, the FBI asked him specifically, show us your timestamp from midnight when the 31st turned to the 1st. So an interesting piece of information as they keep watching here. And although these images that we are seeing right now that have sort of now intensified the search, and we're seeing them again, continuing to canvass this area, as terrifying as they are, just remember, they appear to be giving our friend and our colleague Savannah Guthrie hope. She has reposted those Instagram images, and she is saying that she believes her mother is still out there, asking the public's help to bring 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie home. So we are going to continue to monitor the situation. Unfortunately, when I say that these are just a few FBI agents here door to door, I can see down the street a number of cars here in this Tucson neighborhood, and they have continued to canvass this neighborhood. It appears they will continue to canvass this neighborhood, and that we have seen helicopters overhead, and we have seen them now in the backyards talking to residents, as well as what we just witnessed. There they were in the wash, just about a block from Annie Guthrie's home. Robert Cabasa, let's go back to you.
Going around the house. They're going around the house, folks. Oh, another guy's here. The neighbor. Oh, this big guy comes in with a Challenger. Dodge Challenger. So we'll wait. We'll see the ages.
Hey, just FYI, do you know who Ellen Kay is? Okay, she's Ryan Seacrest's partner. She has a morning show. She is my neighbor. She just texted me there's a dead body on her street. Yeah, like they're kind of costume. I got it. What's up? You need the address. Oh, okay.
All right, it looks like the FBI agents are coming. There they are. Right there. Let's go. Let's get that good thing. There they are.
Yes. Nancy Guthrie.
look at these colorized photos. Looks like a whole different person.
Yeah, but where is the SWAT?
That's not coming across the scanner.
It's nobody's talking about where the SWAT is.
It was in the house of the sister, the daughter, Annie.
Yeah.
That was the SWAT team.
I know. I don't know where SWAT went. Where do you asking where SWAT went?
Well, they told me SWAT was over there, but I don't see it.
Why are they going like in people's like thing? Did they detect some cellular stuff or is this just a vet everywhere? Here they come again. Down. Now they go into this house. They just turned on their light. They just turned off their light. They know they're here.
Door by door.
Door by door. Dun, dun, dun. Door by door, folks.
I want to go back and talk to Pima. So I have him on my go-between name. Hey, talk to me. Wait, one more time. 2765. 2745. Okay. 27. You said 2761.
Hey guys, I'm gonna put the shoes up. These are the shoes that the suspect is wearing. These are from the photos released earlier today by the FBI. And these shoes, this is kind of an enhanced image of those, and that's from Pretty Lies and Alibis, or Pretty Lies and Alibi, Gigi McKelvey. But she enhanced these using some photo softwares. So I'm not sure if the color depictions are great here. And then we also have an enhanced view of the suspect, and this was great. Again, not sure about the colorization, so not necessarily looking for brown leather gloves, but certainly the eyes here you can see a lot more clear, and the mouth you can see a lot more clear as well. So this is what we're looking for. If you've not seen the video footage released today by the FBI, it's great footage. So I'm going to play that for you now. Okay, so it looks like our suspect may be left-handed here. We see him reach down and pull that shrubbery with his left hand. So we may be looking for a left-handed suspect. He's also, covering the doorbell camera with his right hand, but operating the removal of it with his left hand. If you're just joining in, just to recap, whoa, it's been a day. Pima County Sheriff's Department yesterday released a statement saying they're not aware of any communications between the suspect or the suspected kidnappers and the family. We had seen a message from Savannah Guthrie earlier, and it said, "We got your message and we understand. We will pay. We just want our mother back. This is important to us. We want to celebrate with her." And then we all waited. So after that, we had a 5 p.m. deadline yesterday. And I know, everybody was on the edge of their seats yesterday as the 5 p.m. deadline approached. And Savannah Guthrie released a video right before that 5 p.m. deadline hit. And here's that video now.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers, and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock, trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
So you can certainly hear the desperation in Savannah's voice yesterday as she posted that video just right before that 5 p.m. deadline. News media continued to gather outside the Guthrie home yesterday. That's when Pima County Sheriff's Department released a statement saying they're not aware of any communications between the family and the alleged kidnappers. And then everybody kind of wondered if this is actually a hoax. Even the people that were on the side of this not being a hoax started to wonder much better or much more if this was a hoax. And then into the night, we didn't see much activity, but we had heard in that statement from Pima County Sheriff's Department, which was echoed by FBI Phoenix, that we could expect law enforcement presence. So media hung out, and they said at multiple locations. So media hung out later into the evening, just, monitoring both locations, Annie's home as well as Miss Guthrie's home. Didn't really see anything. And then today, back at it this morning, JLR Investigates has put up his live feed. That's what we're watching right now. Very thankful that JLR Investigates has, let us put this feed up so that we can share what is going on and keep an eye on the activity as it happens. So we started to see everything kind of kick off, say about 2.5, 3 hours ago at this point. And what we first saw was that law enforcement had showed up over at Annie Guthrie's neighborhood. They were canvassing with FBI agents. We've seen them searching some of the terrain around the area. We've also seen them talking to neighbors, and we've heard some of the neighbors giving feedback on what they were asked. They were asked for surveillance footage between midnight and the next morning. And they're looking for that footage from direct neighbors of Annie and Tommaso. And one neighbor even said that, they haven't lived in the neighborhood very long, about the last year, which that's been widely reported. So they said they didn't know them, that the neighbors that lived there before were very nice and friendly, that they knew them very well. And we do know that Miss Guthrie was over at their house that night. She took an Uber there around 5:38, I believe, and then left there and got home. We know that garage door went up at 9:48 p.m. and closed at 9:50. I would like to go back through the timeline a little bit because, it has certainly been developing and we've been adding to it. So I'll tell you what, we're keeping monitor on. We've got several feeds up, and we're watching several people on the ground that are, well, I guess, do we say tweeting anymore? Because now it's X. They're tweeting on X, formerly known as Twitter, updates continually. And we learned earlier about SWAT trucks that were leaving Pima County Sheriff's Department. Now, we originally did not report on this until Fox broke that they had two sources telling them that it is in fact related. And those SWAT trucks, which are on your screen right now, leaving the Pima County Sheriff's Department, they don't seem to have any equipment inside of them that we can see. But we did heard that they were loading equipment, so we're not sure if they were loading equipment there. And again, we weren't sure at first if these were related or not, but as it turns out, Fox has two sources stating that this is related and that there were two trucks that went in separate directions. This is at the same time parallel to investigators being in the neighborhood of Annie Guthrie. Again, our suspect that we're looking for is going to be this guy right here. He was seen on the camera. This footage released by the FBI. This picture has been enhanced by Pretty Lies Alibi. Gigi McKelvey has been working hard on these photos today just to see what we can get as far as a better image, but they've been color enhanced. They haven't been, AI'd or ran through anything other than color enhancement. So the colors that you're seeing, like the brown gloves, the gloves may not be brown. I think that's important to mention. And also these shoes. So I can't remember, I don't want to say it, but it seems like we had a list of the different brands that these shoes could be. TMZ reporting that law enforcement still does believe that the kidnapping is absolutely real. They're still taking that seriously. And we're continuing to follow that information as well. But what they're sharing which I will throw up on the screen if I can find the screen. I'll bring it back to you here in a second. But it says, Nancy Guthrie, kidnapper, is from Tucson. Law enforcement believes. And then they go on to say, potential development in the Nancy Guthrie abduction. Our law enforcement resources say whoever kidnapped her from her Arizona home is also from the Tucson area. Multiple sources involved in the investigation tell TMZ the operation theory is that the ransom notes were written by the kidnapper, and those notes provided clues on where the abductor lives. TMZ has focused for several days on the alleged kidnapper's choice of media outlets to receive the letters. The first letter was sent to two Tucson TV stations. Try saying that 3 times fast. The second letter was sent to only one of the Tucson statements, and that being KOLD. Of course, that being sent through an online submission form. I do want to tell you guys, the back end of these online submission forms, they do have an opportunity to collect IP addresses. And while the IP address may be scrambled, you can still fetch different types of information. For instance, cell towers, MAC addresses, IMEI device numbers, things like that. And you can look for those consistencies, but it takes a lot of time. The FBI uses a system called the FBI CAST system. I myself am a media representative on another abduction case where we have very heavily used that FBI CAST system. You can put thousands of data points in there and it will look for those consistencies. And so it's an incredible system, but it still takes a lot of time. It's surprising that they're just now talking to neighbors in this neighborhood that we've seen over at Annie Guthrie's. And it's also shocking that we're just now getting these images and these, it's just frustrating that, it's been 10 days and we've already wasted the whole time clock. And now here we are getting these images. So, that is kind of frustrating. But, thankful to JLR again for sharing these continued, footage, days and days of footage where he's standing out in apparently the hot sun and gathering this footage for us. Very appreciative of that. So what we're going to do is continue to watch everything as it unravels. I'm watching several Twitter feed, formerly known as Twitter, now X. So watching several of those feeds. We're monitoring air traffic, radio communications in the area, the SWAT situation at various locations simultaneously at the same time. Just seeing what's popping, bringing it to you as it breaks. Stay tuned, chat us up, and tell us what you think. I'm curious to know, I've asked friends of my own, and, the theories are wildly different, and of course, in a lot of situations, it's very disrespectful to theorize, and I hate doing that, but in this situation, I think we're just all on the edge of our seats and we all have our own ideas. And sometimes those ideas can be helpful to kind of go through and think about and talk about with each other. So I'm curious to see, what do people think? And some of you live in the area. So, just, this is like nothing we'll ever see. I mean, if you have HBO Max, you may see that, in a show or in a movie, but actually seeing this happen live, FBI just scrambling the neighborhood here, just desperate for anything between 12 midnight and the next morning. So I don't know. What do you guys think? We're going to continue the volume here with JLR. You guys said the volume's better. I'm glad to know the volume's better. I'm now paying attention to the chat. So if you have any problems there, just let me know. I'll fix it as fast as I can. Thanks.
I've got so many people talking to me at once. What's up? One more time, guys. What would you like? I mean, you tell me. Okay, you've got the pictures already. You can show the pictures just briefly afterwards.
Went in. Okay, they went in. You can see them inside though, but all right, they went in there. All right. Let's go out here and wait. And then there's a secondary group.
What does that truck that says MS on it mean? Is that
Microsoft,
local to
MS, didn't they change their name? MSNBC, change their name to something?
I don't think they would label it though. I think it
They
was.
had a health symbol.
Okay, medical, MS.
I don't think it's medical examiner.
Yeah. Did I hear another chopper?
Okay, they're coming in. What do you have to do? Are they there?
Senator around here, they just want to plug this home.
Got them up there.
Dude, I hear a chopper around here. Hold on, folks. There's a lot of activity going on out here by Annie and Tommaso's home. I hear a chopper. Sounds like Medtrans. But something else is coming in. This is insanity, folks. But where's the SWAT? That's the question. Where's the SWAT?
According to Michael, we again are about a block or two from the home of Annie Guthrie, where she lives with her husband. We were there this past weekend when FBI agents descended on that property. The home was empty. The FBI told NBC News that all of these searches in the homes of the Guthries, Nancy and her daughter Annie, they live about 4 miles apart, were done with consent of the family. Those homes again empty. But this afternoon, after the release of those images by Ash Patel, the FBI director, the FBI has been banned out across the
We're waiting, folks, for the FBI to come out of this house. There's the FBI behind me. The FBI's behind me. They're walking the property over here. They're walking. Another group is walking over here.
Anything good?
Right over there.
What?
Agents. I hear footsteps. They're right over there. All right, so I'm sorry. We got 2 key locations, folks. Agents on both sides of the street. Whew. We're waiting. I'm gonna put my sweatshirt on. It's crazy, Tucson. Isn't it? Okay, they're coming out. FBI's coming out. That's another group of them. I never seen this group. That's a secondary group. Look at this, folks. Holy smokes. That's crazy. Isn't that crazy? This is good because I don't have to worry about the sun anymore. Now our enemy is darkness. They're probably gonna do this throughout the night, maybe. Here, I got a good view over here. I think I do. Nope. Yep, I got one right here.
going door to door. And as you see with some other video, they have been searching backyards and even the wash in this neighborhood here near the home of Savannah Guthrie's older sister, Annie Guthrie, as the investigation and the search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie seems to have intensified with the release of images of an individual seen outside of the home of Nancy Guthrie, estimated about the time when she disappeared.
All right, folks, so they went into this home here. And there's reports that TMZ saying there's activity in the Bitcoin account that's circulating. It's coming from TMZ reporting activity in Bitcoin account. Wait for the agents to come out. Here they come. Another agent coming back out. We'll sit here and wait for this large group of agents to come. There's one that left.
Guys, breaking right now, we have new information. This is coming in from TMZ, and I'm going to see if I can get this on the screen for you. So TMZ is reporting that the first activity in the Bitcoin account, the kidnapper is from Tucson. Law enforcement believes. They said, we've seen the activity for the first time in the Bitcoin account listed in the first ransom note, which was sent to us here at TMZ. So first activity in the Bitcoin account. It's been widely reported that there have been no activity yet in that account. Of course, TMZ receiving that first message and having the Bitcoin address, they were able to look at that. You know, I was thinking yesterday, maybe if they don't deposit the whole 6 million, maybe if they just send 10,000 or 50,000, would someone desperate for money leave that money there? Or would they be tempted to go ahead and move that over? And would that be the net for law enforcement to zero in? Possibly so. Really don't know. We did hear yesterday from Pima County Sheriff's Department, as well as the FBI, parroted that statement from Pima County Sheriff's Department that they weren't aware of any type of communication between the family and the alleged kidnapper. But we all thought that there was some sort of cryptic message from Savannah previous to her message yesterday, where it said, we got your message and we understand, and this is important to us. Please return our mother so that we could celebrate with her. We all felt like, oh, maybe they're in the communication with each other finally, and law enforcement said no. But they did tell us in that same statement that we could expect activity today, and that's what you've seen on your screen. So about 3 hours ago, things started kind of popping off. We saw SWAT trucks leaving the Pima County Sheriff's Office. We weren't sure at first until Fox reported two sources told them that this was in fact related to the Nancy Guthrie case. And we saw those two trucks leaving the Pima County Sheriff's Department. And all that happened just right after we got surveillance footage from the FBI. Of course, I don't think we can show this footage enough times. You see the kidnapper walk up to Miss Guthrie's front door. He puts his hand over that camera, and then he's like, this is a bad idea. But you see his left hand is doing the action. His right hand is doing the holding, so he could be left-handed. He's got a book bag on that's like stuffed to the hills here. Wonder what's in there. He climbs over to her little shrubs here and pulls a piece, brings it back. Now notice when he pulls that shrub, let me see if I can pull back to that. We'll watch it again. But when he pulls back over to that shrub, he pulls that with his left hand, and then he comes and places it over the doorbell. That's kind of all we get. But my friend, Gigi McKelvey over at Pretty Lies and Alibis, she actually enhanced this image, and whoa, did she do a good job. Now, what's happened here is color enhancement. So can't pay attention to the brown on the gloves. They may actually be a different color, but what you can pay attention to are these eyes, these lips, this eyebrow. Everything here I think is very accurate. These are not ran through like AI or anything like that. These are actually just color enhanced. And then she also provided an image of these shoes. Those shoes are worn by the kidnapper. And these, of course, coming from the still shots from the FBI, Phoenix FBI, which is assisting Pima County Sheriff's Department. Now, what you've been watching here is just live coverage from JLR Investigates. JLR has been bringing live coverage for the last few days. I so appreciate that coverage. So FBI and Pima County Sheriff's deputies were seen just canvassing the neighborhood of Annie Guthrie. And they've kind of been walking in the nearby shrubbery and, talking to neighbors. And we've actually heard from some of those neighbors, and, they were asked, what were you asked for? And according to them, law enforcement is asking for video footage between midnight and 11:30 a.m. the next day. Fox Digital, they've been putting their drone up, and they provided a lot of great footage in this case for us to keep up with. But they had some similar footage as News Nation's porch footage where you saw the blood. But what you didn't see in that we're seeing in this Fox footage is a blue LL Bean shirt. And I'm going to run that for you now. So this coming from Fox News Digital, and you see as they walk up here on the steps, you've got this blue shirt, and that we're told the brand is LL Bean, and it was left there on February 1st. It was there when they arrived. They of course said they did not share this footage because they wanted to be more respectful to the family. That Amazon package over there, and then the blood on the front stoop. And they actually showed that the blood trickled down the sidewalk, down to that step there. It's unclear if it kept going after that. And then, of course, that heartfelt message from Savannah Guthrie yesterday. And this message seemed just way more real. It was, an hour of desperation, as Savannah described it. And she said, no matter who you are, where you are, far and wide, please help find Miss Guthrie. And so that message yesterday, it didn't seem scripted at all. And it just seemed like a desperate plea to find her mother and return her safely. This story's just had us all on the edge of our seats. So we have several feeds up. We've seen SWAT team going to various locations. One went one way, one went the other, reportedly. Two sources saying that those SWAT trucks are in fact involved in this investigation. TMZ reporting that first, TMZ said that the Bitcoin account was empty, but that there was information in the ransom note that indicated that Tucson may be the area of the kidnapper. And then just moments ago, this posting at 4:41 p.m. Pacific time, first account in the Bitcoin, or first activity in the Bitcoin account. So, I'm wondering if, what I was thinking last night, if they just put a little bit of money in there, maybe that will be the net that law enforcement needs to pull them in. Unclear. But we're continuing to follow this coverage from JLR Investigates. Thank you, JLR. Man, we owe you big time for this. Just letting us keep up with what is actually happening on the ground. So we're monitoring air traffic control, broadcast feeds, X, formerly known as Twitter accounts, and your chat. So tell us what you think, and we'll get back to this audio here from JLR as he investigates.
Did you see the truck then with the MS sign and the?
I did.
What is it?
No, it must be something, you know, somebody called in.
She's with the New York Post. This girl in the white suit.
Oh, we got more agents. We got more agents coming.
Over here.
Sorry.
Jake. You walking? Yeah.
You can definitely put two more in the back as well. Try to get in a van. You want to follow? You want to follow? Yeah, I'll drive. I'll drive. I think they're all getting in their vehicle. All right. Come on. We're gonna go follow them. Good job. Here. Are you in?
Yeah.
Good job, man. They're turning left. Agents. Go ahead. gonna kind of see where they're going. I'm gonna give my give my legs a rest. The guy was telling me that they're at the church. They're using a church nearby.
As
I
like
think he
a
said
command post.
yeah, as a command post.
I heard a command post. I didn't hear the location though.
JLR investigates and 857 Tucson. We're out here seeing heavy law enforcement activity. The van that the FBI agents that we just saw turned left here. This will take you to Tommaso and Annie's home around the corner. We'll just stay with it.
Well, she came out just in time.
She came out just in time.
Want me to get that out?
No, I'm good.
Okay, let me know. I'll pop it out for you.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Give my legs a rest.
Oh gosh. Yeah, that's why when we
I
started
could stand out
walking-
there. I mean, I just give my legs a rest. I don't know. How long's this stream been up for? 11 hours. So we got about another hour of streaming before we'll have to get off here. We got to get off before the 12-hour mark. We've been streaming now for 11 hours. I appreciate each and every one of you stopping by. We navigate what goes on each and every day out here. Where is Nancy Guthrie? We're in the neighborhood of Tommaso and Annie. Oh, looking in his shed. All right, I'm gonna get out a minute. My parked. Yeah. We'll just follow.
We're on the move. We're on the move. Just gonna go.
Sorry, no, I'm not gonna like have any questions. There is
Dude, this guy here's the Associated Press. He's a beast. He's been running tagging along with me. This guy right here, he's been out there. He's AP. And then this individual here on the left, she also has been carrying this nonstop for hours too. They're going strong.
I think she's from Channel 15 up in Phoenix, if I'm not mistaken.
It's kind of easier driving like this than walking, to be honest. But I think they're on their way back. I think this has got to be wrap up before it gets dark, don't you think?
I mean, there was 20 or 30 of them walking in the neighborhoods, it seems like. Split up. Yeah, they might be walking back.
What time is it?
6.
6. Sun is going down soon. These are FBI and sheriff going around the homes near Annie and Tommaso. Boots on the ground. JLR investigates. 857 Tucson is with me. Wow, what a crazy day. From pizza to law enforcement activity to SWAT on their way out, it appears. Possibly connected here. Bitcoin activity. Where is Nancy?
You want me to hold that?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. Here, let me put this in the camera holder. This is insanity, folks.
Well, it looks like they're done.
We'll see. I think it's going to be a busy night. I am now I'm getting onto Tommaso and Annie's street right here. This could be their street here, but now we're going around the curve, and then it's about a straightaway, and then it'll take you right to their house. It's like we're less than a quarter mile away from Annie and Tommaso's home.
How much time you got on your,
I got about another hour.
Okay. If you could, if we can get back just so I can run home 20 minutes before you shut off, because it's streaming online too.
Oh, really?
So if it shuts off, it'll
Yeah.
start playing.
Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna take you back there anyway, right?
Yeah, to Nancy's.
Yeah, I got you. There's a car that wants to go behind me. Go ahead. Looks like people are back at Annie and Tommaso's home.
Yeah, I think some of the big.
Oh, these are the
media-
agents. No? Oh, okay.
The big media. Some of them are doing their late shots there.
Streaming 11:14. Okay. Yeah, we could go see what the scene at Nancy. If there's still activity and they're going door to door, I can set up a new stream. But what was that? Dude, a coyote.
Yeah,
A
this
coyote.
is the time they come out.
The
right
coyote, look, there's a coyote.
now. Yeah, they come out right about dusk.
Yeah. There's coyotes out here, but that's the crazy thing. Is there a body out here? Wouldn't the coyotes get the body? Would they?
Eventually, they would. Yeah.
This is FBI, folks. Neighborhood is swarmed with FBI agents. Oh, this is their vehicles. I don't know where they're going. They're leaving. Well, these two are.
He just said we finished all.
They finished. He just said we finished. So we can go check out what's going on over at Nancy's house. Plus, I'll drop you off. You want me to keep the stream on?
Yeah, just so we
Yeah.
get. I gotta get it
Gotcha.
switched over to my
Gotcha.
house.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Well, it's starting to get dark. All right, so now we're at Annie and Tommaso's home. Let me zoom this out. Okay, he's there. That's... All right, so now we are at Annie and Tommaso's home. He got out. That's crazy. Crazy stuff. Wasn't it? All right, let me just... Ground. It looks like everything is wrapped up. Let me just see.
Yeah.
Somewhere down there.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's where we came from. Who are you with?
New York Post.
New York Post.
Yeah. Sorry, we met earlier. What's her name?
JLR. What's your name?
JLR?
JLR, yeah.
Georgia. Nice to
Georgia.
meet you.
Yeah, you missed it, Georgia. It happened 2 hours ago.
Oh, yeah. No, I
Yeah.
knew that. I just thought maybe they were still like around.
No, they just got in their vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, I just saw that, but I thought, I don't. My desk said something like, police presence is growing right now.
Well, I think they're still scattered around here.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do once
Wrote
it
the
gets
Nancy
dark or whatever
Guthrie
like
ransom
that.
note is
that
not
agent
mincing
said
words.
he just
What they
finished
said
all
about
his
the
work
final
and
deadline.
This one.
On the next
So
TMZ
they're
Live, the
wrapping
person
it
who
up.
wrote the Nancy Guthrie
Let me put in
ransom
the address
note,
for Nancy.
is not mincing words. What they said about
It was
the
a
final
5.
deadline. On the next TMZ
See
Live,
ya.
the
Take
person
care.
who wrote the
I said you missed it. All right, so we're 10 minutes away. We got... All right, so let's just do a quick drive around here, folks. We're going to see what's going on. We'll put this in here. I'm going to see what's happening here. This is Annie and Tommaso's home right here. On the right. This is their home. They got their security people there. No one is home. There's just media crawling all over the place here. Still people doing reports and everything. Let's go over here. I'm just going to evaluate the situation and then we'll head over. I'm going to take 857 back over to Nancy's helm, folks. And we'll see what's popping off over there. And then I might head back this way. K-Gun is reporting less than $300 in the Bitcoin account related to Nancy Guthrie ransom. Somebody put $300.
That must have been just someone.
That's
playing
a
games.
joke. They're saying $300 in the Bitcoin.
That was somebody playing a joke. Had to be.
TMZ's Harvey Levin says within the last 15 minutes there seems activity in the Bitcoin account that was mentioned. Oh man, somebody's maybe it's a tester. Maybe it's a tester. All right, so yeah, keep in mind, I'm going to just take you to Nancy's home from here, just so you can see the route. There's quite a few different routes, but we'll just go the quickest. One of the quickest. Pretty much there's like 2 10-minute routes. And then there's a 12-minute. We're gonna go over there.
Take your next right to stay on West Ternero Street.
So you see the area.
Turn right to stay on West Ternero Street.
I mean, the sun is gone, and it's going to be pitch black out here very, very soon. So Fox has reported that up here at the end of the road, there was some business, and they were inquiring about surveillance footage from 9:30 p.m. Saturday all the way to 11-something the next day. So 31st into the 1st up here. There's also the Circle K up here. Authorities went to there.
Those right to the right. Those are those FBI right there.
That's FBI?
Yep.
Yeah, that is FBI.
At the next stop sign, turn
It
left.
looked like they were leaving.
Yeah, he had an FBI hat.
Yeah.
Dude, that was FBI. Huh.
Hey guys, if you're just joining in, that was live footage from JLR Investigates. He's been on the scene, boots on the ground. We thank JLR for letting us use his feed. He's definitely provided like round-the-clock coverage on this case of Nancy Guthrie. So I'm going to be kind of sharing some of the developments from today. First, I want to go back all the way through the timeline that law enforcement last gave us. So what we know is that Saturday on January 31st, 5:32 p.m., Nancy travels by an Uber to her daughter's nearby home to visit and to play games. She was there 4 hours and 16 minutes before she returned home. We heard a couple different versions on how she got home, whether her daughter drove her home, whether her daughter and son-in-law drove her home. And then Ashley Banfield, gave some information, some say prematurely. Law enforcement certainly diffused all of that information. But many wonder now with the activity that we're seeing if that's not accurate information. So at 9:48 p.m., we know that Miss Guthrie's garage door opened. 2 minutes later at 9:50, it closed. And then we heard Sunday morning, which into the night on Saturday night, into Sunday morning, 1:47 a.m., that doorbell camera disconnects. And then 25 minutes later is when software detected a person on camera, but there's no active subscription to retrieve video related to that information. Well, fast forward 10 days later, and this is what we get from the FBI. The FBI dropping this to us today. And what we see here is maybe a left-handed individual. He seems to be doing the functions with the left hand. He reaches down over here, pulls a bit of a shrub with his left hand, comes back up to the doorbell, places that shrub over it. And then I'm not sure if this is when the doorbell was pulled off or if it was a little bit later. Now, our friend Gigi McKelvey over at Pretty Lies and Alibi did some color enhancements on the photo, and this is what we got for the face. Now, keep in mind, we see a brown glove here. That color may not be accurate, but this has not been ran through AI. It's simply color enhancement, and that's what we got. And she also got footage of these shoes, and so those shoes, this is what we got. They're a little bit blurry, but again, Pretty Lies and Alibi. We got that from there. Now, Fox News today showed some footage that they filmed, I believe they said on February 2nd, when they first got to the scene. And this is comparable to the footage that we saw from News Nation that showed the blood on the porch, but this shows a blue shirt. This blue shirt left apparently on the scene, made by L.L. Bean. Not really sure, if that does belong to the kidnappers, to Miss Guthrie. None of that has been confirmed. This is just footage that we've seen that has this blue shirt, and we know that this was from February 2nd. We also see blood trailing onto the porch, that Amazon package that we've all seen in this footage before. Didn't seem to be any forced entry, at least at this door, just by looking at it. But what they did show was that the blood trailed all the way down the sidewalk here, and that we had not seen. So that was kind of interesting. Well, fast forward, today, then we saw, law enforcement showed up over at Annie Guthrie's. While there, we saw lots of flashes. They were there for about 3 hours. And while they were there for that 3-hour period, we just saw flashing, maybe a forensic kit, and technicians there working that scene. We did hear later that that was voluntary. And then that deadline came. Savannah posted a video right before that, and she said, "We got your message. We will pay. We want to celebrate with our mother. This is important to us." Many read into that message and said, well, does this mean that she's in communication with the alleged abductors? Turns out no. FBI released a statement yesterday. Pima County Sheriff's Department echoed that statement to say that they are not aware of any communications between the family and the alleged abductor. Well, TMZ reported that there had been no activity in that Bitcoin account, which made us all wonder, is this real or is this a hoax? And remember, all of this following the statement from President Trump that said, we have a solution in this case. And let's listen to that.
President, you promised Savannah Guthrie's family.
I'm sorry that was so loud. Let's see. We'll come back to that. Anyways, President Trump said we have a solution in this case. So we've all been on the edge of our seats. We saw forensics working the scene over at Annie Guthrie's. All this looming after Ashley Banfield's alleged claims. And then a voluntary search of the home by law enforcement where they take many flashing photographs. And then today, back over at Miss Guthrie's, not a lot's going on. Law enforcement said yesterday we can expect to see multiple locations and investigations going on simultaneously. So Media hung out there late into the day yesterday. We didn't really see much. This morning, everything was kind of quiet. Pizza delivery driver delivered a pizza, made it all the way to the front door. Sheriff's office puts out a statement, says don't order pizza to a crime scene. We didn't know it was a crime scene, but maybe somebody just sent the pizza as a joke. Maybe media ordered it. That hasn't been confirmed. And then things started happening. A report came in that law enforcement was over at the home of Annie Guthrie. That's when JLR made his way over there. And then we started following that footage. So we've seen JLRs on the scene at Annie Guthrie's, and we start seeing the FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Department rolling through, talking to neighbors, knocking on doors, searching terrain. Then we start seeing reports that the FBI was working this scene, but that SWAT team was making its way out of the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Well, that was interesting. We weren't sure if that was related. Turns out they say it was. Two sources told Fox that was absolutely related to the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. And remember, we're a whole 26 hours now after that final deadline. No activity being reported into that bank account until tonight. And then TMZ first broke that there had, in fact, been activity into that bank account. We weren't sure of how much. And then local media there in Tucson confirmed, yes, there is activity in that account, and that activity was a total of $300. Now, my suspicion was that law enforcement would attempt to put some amount of a deposit into this account, just to see what happens. Maybe that will be the net that leads us to these kidnappers, these alleged kidnappers. So law enforcement said today that they are absolutely following this. Still is a kidnapping case. They believe the abduction is real, and that the kidnappers are local to Tucson. So we heard a heartbreaking sentiment of a message yesterday from Savannah Guthrie, and that was before this footage was released today by the FBI. I want to go back through this footage again for the FBI. I just don't think we can watch this enough times. They say if you see something that is familiar to you in this footage, please call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or file your tip online at at tips.fbi.gov. He's carrying a book bag there, and we just see him reach down, grab that shrub, come back, and hide the camera. And then we heard that it was 25 minutes between when this doorbell camera disconnected, and then at 2:12 a.m. is when software detected a person on camera, but there's no active subscription to retrieve that footage. And then today, voila, we got the footage. Good job, FBI. I hate that took 10 days. Not sure, what was the game changer there, but they got it. So 16 minutes after that, her pacemaker disconnected at 2:28 a.m. And then 9 hours and 28 minutes later, at 11:56 a.m., family checks on Nancy. Now, many were confused. There were conflicting reports about, does she go to church? Does she not go to church? Has she not been to church since COVID? The answer to that was she actually goes to a friend's house. They watch church together. Brilliant. So the friend became concerned when Miss Guthrie didn't show up for church, contacted the family. At 11:56 a.m., the family checks on Nancy and discovers her missing. It was about 7 minutes later at 12:03 p.m. when that 911 call came into Pima County Sheriff's Department. And then it was 12 minutes after that when the Pima County deputies arrived on scene at 12:15 p.m. And then that's who discovered the blood on the front stoop. That's where we are. So all of that brings us to this moment now where we just see kind of hopping law enforcement scene and activity media following them around, different reports from various outlets, and everything's just kind of being pieced together. TMZ reported activity in the bank account, then a local, I think it's KGUN, reported $300 deposited in the account. TMZ reported the activity, but said they didn't know how much. And then KGUN said activity in the 300. So you kind of got to follow everybody around to figure out and piece together what's going on. I want you to look at this image one more time. This is from Pretty Lies Alibi. It's color enhanced. It is not ran through AI or changed in any way other than the colors. So the colors that you're seeing here may not be accurate. And then the shoes. We have the shoes here. I had a list of the brands of shoes that these could be, but it was kind of a long list. So with that long of a list, it could be irrelevant. But eyes are very telling. And if you know these eyes, just call. You may not think that you have information that's valuable. Let law enforcement make that decision. And I want to share with you now that video message from Savannah that just really broke all of our hearts and felt so personal to us all.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers, and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock, trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
Wow. Truly heartbreaking. And that felt so personal to each of us. I mean, we all feel like we know Savannah Guthrie, from the Today Show. And I don't know, like it feels in one way like we're watching a scene from a movie play out on our screens. But then these are like people that we're familiar with. And it's just so surreal. And then, many are judging law enforcement for their slow responses. It's even been reported that Pima County Sheriff's Department was kind of slow to warm up to the FBI. This is something we see often. FBI doesn't want to come in and take over an investigation, but they can. But typically, your Sheriff's Department is the lead investigator in a case until they ask federal authorities to come in and assist. Usually that is kind of how that starts. Of course, in this case, many are questioning law enforcement. I am, appreciative of law enforcement. I work with law enforcement in a lot of different investigations. I am working an active abduction case right now that I've been involved in for the last year. It also is kind of one of those cases where people just aren't sure what to do. Investigators are timid to move forward. And that case started on December 15th of 2025. And it was February before they would admit to the family that it was an act of abduction. The family the whole time saying this is an abduction. And law enforcement's like, that's not possible. It's not possible. Well, it was. And of course, that case is ongoing. So, answers are not always quick. Answers are not always possible. In this case, they seem to be putting every bit of manpower into this that they can, which is good. But how far are we getting? I mean, we've already exhausted the whole time clock on what we had. So I want to listen to that footage from President Trump again. This was just so interesting, and it sounded like they did have a suspect. Here it goes.
Full support of federal law enforcement.
I'll give you a little statement. I think we're doing very well on that regard. You're probably surprised to hear that. I think we're doing very well. Very well, meaning we have some clues, I think, that are very strong, and I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon.
Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?
I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution. We have some things I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever that could be
Suspect?
yeah, could be definitive.
When do you expect us to hear?
A lot's taken place in the last couple of hours. A lot of things have happened with regard to that horrible situation in the last couple of hours.
And hearing the president there say, well, the reporter asked him a suspect, and he said, could be definitive. And then, I don't know. It's been a few days since then. Kash Patel on the ground recently, personally being briefed on the case as it's been ongoing. So we're not really sure what has developed as far as the feds. But Jonathan Lee Richards, JLR Investigates, we've been following his footage all day, a couple days ago, and then again today. He's back at it again. It looks like he's changing locations. Let's check in with him, see where he's headed.
Everything went crazy. For real. Folks, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start up a new stream in a bit. Let me regroup. But I appreciate each and every one of you. This was crazy. I'm going to stay with it. Going to get things happening. I'm going to switch things up, and I'll find out where this staging ground is, and I'll go check that out and see if they do more searches or go back out in the field. If something pops off, you'll hear it here on JLR Investigates. Crazy day, folks. Hopefully the people that did this is held accountable. Hopefully Nancy is found safe. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. We'll talk soon. Y'all have a good night. JLR Investigates.
Rolling through this footage one more time, and then we're going to take our stream down while JLR takes a break. We'll continue watching everything. If anything pops off, we'll definitely come back and try to bring it to you. We're monitoring air traffic, radio transmissions, various feeds, Twitter feeds, formerly known as Twitter, now X, for people that we know there on the ground that are providing updates. So we're watching. Just keep an eye out, and we'll bring it to you as it develops. Thanks for tuning in. And if you have any information, anything looks familiar to you, and that's this video, you're encouraged to call 1-800-CALL-FBI or go to tips.fbi.gov. And again, a really good close-up, color-enhanced from Pretty Lies and Alibi. This showing the facial features, and this has not been AI enhanced, it's just color enhanced. So the colors, like the brown glove that you're seeing here, that may not be the accurate color, but this facial description is going to be very accurate. So if something looks or feels familiar to you in this, even if you think it's not, call and report it to the FBI or to Pima County Sheriff's Department. And these are the shoes. These are the shoes that we're looking for here. You can see the black there on the edge. These color enhanced as well, I believe. So 1-800-CALL-FBI or tips